All right, Meow. Happy Catterday. Hope you're doing well, staying safe, have been having a good weekend. If not, I'll continue to keep you all in my prayers. We're picking up on where we left off yesterday. We made it to Johto after handling the Elite Four in Infinite Fusion Remix mode. Not nearly as much quality of life in a game that I would like compared to, say, Rad Red Emerald Imperium. But we're making our way to Violet City. We need to beat Falkner. We need to beat Claire and Blackthorn, I think. Falkner is the third gym. Kurt and Whitney were the first two. They weren't that bad. We've got a ways to go. We have a bit of a training arc between each major gym. We're also doing a makeover, different outfit, etc. for each major boss fight, and a different Guard of War fusion. The team is more or less set. We still have to actually get to Falkner. I'm hoping that, unlike, say, Kurt, where I had to do a puzzle, I can just walk up to Falkner and ruffle his feather and show him where the wild goose goes. Let's get the stream plugged, and then we will send it. There we go. When we end up doing Elite Four again, that's probably when I'll do, what's it called? In-game music. Okay. There we go. Falkner. Well, in remix mode, bosses usually have different typings. So, for example, Blaine had Psychic. Koga had Dark. Giovanni had Normal. Falkner is still mostly Flying. Claire is still mostly Dragon. But they have different compositions of teams to make up for what would be their normal weaknesses. So Claire has a lot of Steel. Steel is super effective against Fairy. And Steel is super effective against Ice. Ice is typically your go-to answer for Dragon. All right, very good. So the team that we're realistically using is a Ninja. I wanted to have a different answer for the Claire fight, but it's not viable. Normal Ghost. Wonder Guard, we have 1 HP, but we can only be hit by super effective. The only move that can hit us is Dark. Once we get rid of anything that is either a hazard, weather, or dark, they cannot hurt Ninja. We need to heal to get our PB back. We were doing some leveling up earlier. We have a Weetar, Poison Dark with Levitate. We functionally have no weakness outside of a Mold Breaker Pokemon with a ground move. Mold Breaker bypasses abilities, so things like Water Absorb, Dry Skin, Levitate hits through them. Exucot, Grass Fairy. This is going to be our answer for the Doug Trio. We are going to taunt for no rock, and then we're ideally going to one-shot with Energy Ball. Magnagon is a Flygon Magnezone. Steel Dragon with Levitate. The only thing that hits it for super effective is fighting. How Ninja We're not gonna be using Slaninja in the actual upcoming fight. We're only using one Wonder Guard Pokemon per fight, and it's actually gonna be Hounninja. It's a Houndoom Shed Ninja, and that's the setup. And then the last mon is a Vaporeon Gardevoir with Water Absorb. We're using one Gardevoir Fusion per gym leader. And we have to use a different one. So the prior one was Fairy Fire. Before, it was Steel Fairy. For Claire, it's going to be a Houndoom Gardevoir for Dark Fairy. Chat, I hope you're doing well. I hope you've been having a great Catterday. If you're not, I'll continue to keep you in my prayers. But yeah, ideally, we can rock up to Violet City and cook Faulkner's Goose. Oh, this is Union Cave. All right. I forgot. We need to turn our Super Repel back on. We don't need any encounters. I wouldn't mind getting the legendaries at some point. I don't have any. But if it's in like a convoluted quest for each one, that's not happening. Also, legendaries are kind of boring. So I get it, you know? So yeah, they're gonna force us to go all the way around. All right, let's see what they have. This is a Rhyperior Tauros. Brick Break is quad effective because it's rock normal. This is Poison Flying. We're gonna switch into Magnegon. That's a neutral Moonblast, but it's not stab, so it's okay. We are gonna go with our own Flash Cannon. Delras, Ghost, Ice. We are gonna go with Stab Flash Cannon. Very nice. Let's see what she wants. Oh, okay. We take those. So this is an Altaria Infernape. Gotta say, looks pretty cool. The only thing that can hit our Slaninja is Dark. We are gonna go with Play Rough here. Togadilly, Togekiss, Cradily. We are gonna go Stab Spirit Shackle, and hopefully it's enough to get the kill. It's not. All right. Starmie to Dunsparce. We are gonna swap out into Weetar. This is a big old crunch with their name on it. Nom, 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 nom. Slurpuff, Lurantis, quad effective stab cross poison. I don't know what that is. It might be like a Togetic Togekiss. We are gonna go Spirit Shackle. Stone Edge isn't bad. 80 accuracy is terrible. If we were to do something like Stone Edge, it would be on either a Compound Eyes Pokemon or No Guard. That might be double Chincho. Pokemon of the same, when fused together, they get a bonus. We'll go Earthquake. Onyx and Clefairy. We're gonna go Spirit Shackle. We have to watch out for Metronome. It can be any move. So in theory, it could roll a dark move and kill us. Nice. I don't hate Zap Cannon, but once again, low accuracy. If a move isn't 100%, it's 50. And no thank you. Interesting. We already have a Lapras. We don't need another one. We'll go Brick Break. We break them bricks. I want whatever that TM is. TMs are in yellow balls. Green and blue balls are either key items or other useful items. Smackdown is a rock move that makes a flying type be able to be hit by ground, but that's nowhere near good enough for me to care. Okay. Rotom Jinx. Now that's really cool. It's a callback to the lady from The Ring, aka the woman who climbs out of the TV and kills you. So we are gonna go Spirit Shackle. Reuniclus, Cradily. We're gonna also go Spirit Shackle. Oh no, we're out. Okay. Let's go Weetar. Crunch is gonna do a lot. Typhlosion, Porygon. We're gonna go Crunch again. That Tri-Attack did more than I expected. Let's switch out to Vaporware. That still did a lot more than I would like. It might be adaptability. Moves that are the same type do even more damage. Okay, good. We keep repelling. We might be close to out of Union Cave. Politoed and a Charizard. That's certainly a choice. Thankfully, we have Earthquake. Aurorion. We're gonna hit it with a quad effective Earthquake. I forgot that snow until later gens is hail. That's my fault. So this is just an all-weather team. Interesting. Let's go with a neutral energy ball. Let's you turn out. I'll admit, an all-weather team is interesting, but they can eat a bag of them, you know? Yeah, they're just gonna spam U-turn. That's certainly a choice. Also, Sand gives rock types a 50% spit F bonus. Yeah, they're just gonna spam U-turn. In fact, U-turn is probably the only move they have to make sure it works. Otherwise, the AI will go for random moves. Bad Wolf, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for your daily check-in. I hope you're doing well, my friend. And Echo Neuvern, thank you for the follow. I'm Meownwell. I stream every Thursday through Sunday, 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern. We are in Union Cave Infinite Fusion Remix mode. This is going to be U-turn again. It's very likely the only move it has. Every single Pokemon that this trainer has U-turn and a weather ability. We don't need that. Let's also heal. We don't heal in battle. It makes the game harder. And I'm used to Rad Red and Emerald Imperium where trainers are not allowed to heal either. That is understandable. I'm still lurking there. I appreciate you stopping by and thank you for the lurk, Bad Wolf. I hope you have been having a good weekend. And if not, I'll continue to keep you in my prayers. I do need to get more actual heals at some point. Thankfully, Ninja only has 1 HP, so any revive is a max revive. So this is a Scyther Kingdra. The only thing that can hurt us is dark, weather, hazards, and status. Let me read this. Echo, hope you're doing well. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the first time message. Ha! I like that. That is a fun joke. That is a fun first time message. Presumably based on your name, you like to play a bit of Pokemon. What kind of Pokemon do you usually play? I started on fan games such as Insurgents and Uranium. I've played a lot of Radical Red and Emerald Imperium. Difficulty ROM hacks for Fire, Red, and Emerald respectively. And we're going through Infinite Fusion. This is the post game. We already beat the Elite Four. We're going through Johto. And then we're going to go through another E4 fight at some point. We're using a different Gardevoir fusion for every single boss fight. And we're using a Wonder Guard Pokemon as well. Wonder Guard means you can only be hit by super effective. Yes, there's still weather, hazards, and status, which is why when we're fighting Faulkner, we're using a Prankster Execute Whimsicott to taunt for no stealth rocks. We'll then one hit with Energy Ball. If this has Dark, we're in trouble. It does not. W. Level cap is 63. Ideally, once we beat Faulkner, it goes up to 64. That way I can finally evolve my Zweilous into Hydreigon. Oh no. That makes sense, since Noivern is a sound Pokemon. I like Umbreon. We've been using Umbreon throughout the game. We used Umbreon earlier in our run, prior to Elite Four. This is Arcanine Flygon. We're going to hit it with an Earthquake. I'm kind of surprised that didn't kill. Tyranitar Infernape. Earthquake probably kills. They had a dark move. That's on me. So we're going to go Weezing. Weezing Tyranitar with Levitate. And we are going to go Iron Head. And then we'll go Sacred Sword. Hypno Volcanion. This looks like Stab Crunch, since Bug Psychic is still weak to Dark. Flame Body, not a big deal. We can Burn Heal or Rost that off. Yes. I have a Flygon Magnezone Fusion with Levitate. Steel Dragon. The only thing it can hit by super effectively is fighting. And yeah, there have been some cheesy Pokemon. A lot of them in boss fights will have hidden abilities that we don't have access to, because the only way to get a hidden ability Pokemon is waiting for a hidden ability outbreak, which is randomized, and you may not even get it. So for example, Blair has a Sylveon Dragonite with Pixelate as its hidden ability with extreme speed. The enemy, they love having illegal mons with illegal moves. Things like fully evolved Pokemon significantly lower than they normally would be, with moves that they normally wouldn't be able to get, with hidden abilities and items we don't have access to. So this is Kapha Grigus Ariados. Oh yeah, absolutely. Most of my Pokemon gameplay has been Radical Red and Emerald Imperium. I have done 36 monotypes, aka 18 for each one. And while the game was very hard with good AI and competitive-minded teams, lots of quality of life. So by default in Emerald Imperium, minimum grind mode. No EVs. Every Pokemon has 31 IVs. You could change natures at Poke Center as early as the second badge. You could set your box to level cap so there's no grinding. Infinite rare candies. Talk to an NPC in a Poke Center to change the gender of gender-specific Evos, like Combi, Gallade, Snover, etc. Not Snover. Snorunt, etc. If, what's it called? If it was just kick you in the dick difficulty without that quality of life, I wouldn't have played it. There are harder levels of difficulty in Infinite Infusion, such as Hard and Expert. They have none of the quality of life that Rad Red and Emerald Imperium have, which is why I'm not playing on those. This is a Jangmo-O Marowak. This is the Gardevoir fusion we're using for Falkner. We're going to be using a Houndoom Gardevoir for when we fight Claire. We're using a different one for each gym. Metagross Togekiss. This looks like Magnegon with Flash Cannon. Yeah, female Gallade. Combi being 97% male, but only females evolving. Very cringe. as early as basically Viridian in Rad Red, you could get things like super effective berries, various held items. Obviously, the stronger held items are gated until later, but like the Mystic Waters, the super effective berries, berry juice, citrus berry, etc., infinite repel, Pokevile, which is basically an Estus Flask from Dark Souls, aka portable healing outside of battle. No trainers can heal, so you don't have to stall out on like 4 full restores for each E4 member. Rad Red and Emerald Imperium, they also took a lot of like the D Max and G Max, such as Lapras, Garbodor, Snorlax, and they made them megas, and that is awesome. They also created a bunch of new mega, so things like Mega Infernape, Mega Grimmsnarl, Mega Slacking, 2 Mega Empoleon. There's more that I'm missing, but it's great. Rad Red also invented Sevi forms, so regional forms. Some of the highlights would be a Ground Fire Sevi Dodrio, a Ground Fairy Sevi Melodic, a Bug Dragon Sevi and Lokix, a Fighting Ghost Sevi and Ursaring. Oh, I forget which game it was. It might have been Champions. They recently had an update that made female Gallade no longer be a thing. So the meme was, Champions is a transphobe for not letting Gallade be a girl boss. We are gonna go with Surf. Minion 9, this is quad weak ground and water, so we're gonna surf all day. Galissapod, Torkoal. Let's go Weetar. So in what's it called? In Champions, they already have Mega Starmie. I wholly expect at a later point, games such as Radical Red and Emerald Imperium will get the new ZA Megas. I remember when I played Rad Red 4.0, it didn't have the Mons added in Scarlet and Violet. And then when 4.1 came out, it added Ogerpon and all the DLC Pokemon. So I don't believe there's a world where certain Pokemon games don't get those new megas. We got burnt. Very unfortunate. We're gonna go into Slaninja. We run 3 minutes of ads every hour. When we come back from ads, we're gonna look at Palace Cats, wild cats that live in Asia. The body is round. They're full of personality. They are also threatened. See you all soon, my friends. Happy Catterday. right, Meow, we are back. We are almost to Violet City. Man Orb. Probably Electorb Mantine. We're gonna go Earthquake. Electrode. Man Orb. Another Earthquake. It lived. Feels bad. I want to get that move. I want to get that ball. Let me turn on the Super Repel again. I kind of thought that Poke Center would be the city. So, oopsie doopsies. And poopsie whoopsies. Also, welcome back from ads, friends. There's Violet City. That must be you, Scene. It's the only person who would be like you again. Okay. We're about to prep for Faulkner. Let me remove the... We'll keep Slaninja in our party while we clear out the grunts. Then we'll remove Slaninja, put in another person, and then we'll take on Faulkner. That being said, I promise Palace Cats. Wild cats that live in Asia, the body is round. Here is a Palace Cat in the wild. There's not a lot of cover where they live in the wild. Out on the tundra or the steppe, it gets up to minus 70 degrees Celsius in the winter. On average, they are 3 to 4 kilos, aka 8 to 11 pounds. But in the winter, they've been documented at over 7 kilograms. Ears are on the side of the head. Eyes are high set on the face, so they have to expose less of their body to look around, and it helps them remain undetected. They will put their paws on their tail to stay warm. In the wild, they only live in Asia. And they live across Asia, ranging from India, Russia, Iran, various countries that end in Stan. They also have circular pupils, and to my knowledge, they are the only feline with circular pupils instead of predatory slits. Here is another wild Palace Cat. This was taken in 2016 by Baconics with a trail cam. Rings of white around the eyes, big old meat mitts, orangish gray coats to help blend in better. Very adorable. Spots and stripes on the face also help break up their image, so they're harder to be detected. Their ops are predatory birds like hawks and eagles, humans because poaching, and various foxes who don't primarily go after Palace Cats for food. It's more the fact that foxes go after the same food source, aka rodents, and if they can gang up on a Palace Cat, they're not above it. Snow leopards will also go after Palace Cats if they're in the same area. Nature is brutal, so I don't hold that against. Here is another wild Palace Cat. I saw this in 2026. And this was on Red Note, a Chinese social media. And we're back. We're going to give Faulkner the business. Then ideally we'll be able to continue to Claire and also give her the business. Palace cats are a fixture of the stream. I'm a palace cat. My BRB screen's a palace cat. My emotes are palace cats. We feature palace cats on the stream multiple times, and there's less than 57,000 palace cats worldwide. Ideally, there's not a puzzle. Puzzles are stinky. That might be double tentacruel. Let's go with earthquake. So I think Faulkner's gimmick is all his Pokemon are the same Pokemon fused. It makes them more powerful. There was a chance he had a dark move. He indeed had a dark move. I don't have earth power. Okay. We'll stay in. We do get parried. Not ideal, but we can heal that off with a full restore. We don't heal in battle, so it's not a big deal to throw these away. And then since Shed only has 1 HP, every revive is a max revive. I see. I'm not sure what the gimmick of this puzzle is, but we'll certainly find out. I'm gonna look this up. My brain is very smooth. I wax it daily. As such, I am not good at puzzles. I'm gonna have to look this up. It's not giving me an answer. Okay, so wind blows you down at 2 tiles. Okay, I think we can do that. That doesn't seem too bad. Okay. Whoops. It's gonna take a minute, and that's okay. Chat, I hope you're having a good day so far. I hope that things are going well, and if they're not, I'll continue to keep you in my prayers. All right, down 2. Down 2. Down 2. Down 2. All right, let's keep going. So this is a mill tank. Surely it doesn't have a dark move. surely Jump Bluff also doesn't have a dark move. That's a problem. We need to switch out because we can now be hit by other things since our Wonder Guard is gone. We are going to swap out into Weetar. And we're going to Sacred Sword. That was a really big thrash. I don't know if that was a high roll or not. Okay. Nice. We're gonna max revive our Weetar. Okay, so you get blown phrasing 2 tiles at a time. This is going to be a tough one. As far as puzzles go, it's not too bad, but it definitely involves a lot of backtracking. Okay, this is weak to steel. Rock, ice, electric, poison. We're just gonna go Spirit Shackle. It probably doesn't have a dark move. Probably doesn't have a dark move, but it could have toxic. I do like the various Porygon fusions. They're neat, whether they're like a pop-up ad, malware, a computer virus. Well, a malware and virus, they're the same thing, but break. Okay, let's look at Faulkner real quick. What is Faulkner using realistically? Okay, so Faulkner has a Doug Trio. We have to lead with our Whimsicott Executor Fusion. We taunt for no Stealth Rocks. There's no weather there naturally, so we don't have to worry about Sandvale. And then we kill with Energy Ball. Xatu, I'm not worried about. Though speed control from Tailwind is going to be rough. Pidgeot, Wide Lens Hurricane is going to hurt. Pidgeot and Pidgeot is the only one with a dark move. None have Fairy. That's why we're using a Dark Ghost with Wonder Guard, because the only thing it can be hit by is a Fairy move. So we put Slaninja in the back. We lead with our Exucot. I don't know if we one-shot, so we're going to run Life Orb to make sure we one-shot with Energy Ball. We run Amulet Coin on How Ninja. We want our money. Realistically, I think everyone else is fine as is. Items consumed in battle don't come back, so we haven't really been able to take advantage of things like berries and other held items that get consumed because they are finite. We are going to save, and we're about to give Faulkner the business. Also, go team. So yeah, we never outspeed. That's why we use Taunt Prankster to make sure rocks never come up. Aerial Ace did hurt, but this energy ball, thanks to Life Orb and Special Up Nature, I believe it one-shots. Beautiful. We did our job. Okay, Pidgeot. This is probably Tailwind. The AI isn't as smart as, say, Rad Red, at least in normal mode. So I don't know what it's going to go for. I'm going to taunt just in case it does want to go Tailwind. We take a clean switch there. We go our Vaporvore, and we go Ice Beam. We got the freeze. I'll take it. In Rad Red and Emerald Imperium, freeze was made special burn, so it halves your special stat, and it's called Frostbite. Okay, Xatu. Xatu is likely gonna go... Oh, it's Xatu that had Tailwind. Okay. We are gonna go Ice Beam again. Okay, Aegis Slash is probably gonna go Iron Head. I guess it could King Shield. Let's go Weetar. That definitely did more than I expected. Considering it's neutral, we are gonna go Crunch. Beautiful. Haxorus. Earthquake is scary, but we have Levitate, so it can't hit us with it. I think I'm gonna not stay in and go with our Hound Ninja. Houndoom, Shed Ninja. We are gonna go Dark Pulse. Xatu. Xatu has nothing that can hit us, so we are gonna go Shadow Ball. Machamp has No Guard, Protect, Cross Chop, Rock Slide, Fire Punch, but thanks to Wonder Guard, it cannot hit us. So we are gonna go Shadow Ball. That doesn't matter. Falconer down. Now we're on to Claire. Presumably, because we saw Eusine earlier, we're going to have to deal with Eusine before we're allowed to fight Claire. We're going to save. And before we do anything else, we're going to go back to Goldenrod. And we're going to get a makeover. We change up our look for every single boss fight. Okay, let's go with a dark suit this time. And then outfit, let's change our hat. Interesting that it doesn't let me remove the hat. Oh, now it might. Okay. Let's go with... I'm not sure why the hat is staying there. Maybe I have to reselect it and then remove it. I don't know. That's odd. Maybe it's because I did the makeover. I don't know why that's being a thing. Let's see. We were doing scarf earlier. Let's go with... I don't know why this is being a thing. Huh. Yeah, I really don't like that it's staying. I feel like this is a bug. Let's go with levitating balls. Okay, let's figure out what we have to do for Blackthorn. Okay. So we're gonna go to Blackthorn, and ideally we can just roll up and beat her in the face. So we have to go through the Dark Cave or Ice Mountains. So let's figure out where Blackthorn is on the map. I don't know which way they expect you to go. Maybe we can get there through Ekritique. If not, we might be able to get there through Route 46 and Dark Cave. Let's try getting there through Cherry Grove. We also need to change the level cap. I'm hoping the level cap is at least 64 now. So we'll do level 64 with a question mark. And badge count is 11. And we'll lead with Slut Ninja with Amulet Coin. That way we can make some more money. And then we'll fly to Violet City and we'll go to the right. If we can't get through Violet Cave, then we'll go up and we'll go through Ekritique. Okay. Berries? Yes, please. That's fine. We have Lantern, so thanks to Flash, in theory, Dark Cave won't be an issue. There we go. Let's also turn on our repels. We don't need any Pokemon right now. probably been in Johto the least amount, so it's certainly not a region I'm familiar with. Whenever I've had to fight Johto gym leaders, they've usually been roaming / visiting, ergo, they're not in Johto. Dynamite. Okay. If we can't find his men and the dynamite, we may have to, what's it called? Oh, okay. Let's see what we're up against. This is a probably slacking Primeape. A slacking Mr. Mime. Okay, 64 is probably the level. I'm pretty sure it just traced Wonder Guard, which means it can only be hit by Dark or Bug now. So we'll swap into Weetar. Electra Mewtwo. Anytime I see a Payuka Mew, I think it's gonna be Innards Out, which is the amount of damage that killed the attacker takes. Or it goes Explosion. Yes. Normally, I expect Innards Out, but because it was an Electrode / Voltorb, it stood the reason that it would explode. Buff, I hope you and your wife are having a good Catterday. With the exception of Taxi, this was the team that we beat Faulkner with. A slacking Shed Ninja. A wheezing Tyranitar. A Vaporeon Gardevoir. A Magnezone Flygon. And a Houndoom Shed Ninja. How are you doing, Buff? What are you up to? How has it been? Have you been enjoying Forza? I will get you a shout out right meow. Yes, the Vaporeon Gardevoir, we're leaning in on the combo. We're using a different Gardevoir fusion for every single gym. For Claire, we're using a Fairy Dark, so it's going to be Houndoom Gardevoir. Watching Eurovision with Blonde Friends. I hope you and friends enjoyed it. Let me try this again. Check out Buff Baby 90, family friendly, variety, all things Nintendo. Has been recently playing Forza 6, racing in Japan. Loves Bidoof, loves Snom. Is gonna pull off a Pika Pyramid because I don't care to stop him. It is very impressive when someone is able to get a pyramid off. Well done, Buff Baby. I met a lot of cool people through Buff Baby's 90 stream. He streams in the afternoon and evenings. Make sure to check him out. Claire, her lead is a Pixelate Sylveon Dragonite with E-Speed. I was going to use a Dazzling Water Fairy, but that doesn't exist. So instead, we're going to use a Wonder Guard Pokemon and tell them to stuff it. And it's going to be hilarious. This is a Ledian Gudra. W Wonder Guard. Scizor Garchomp. This looks really sick. We're gonna use Earthquake. Sceptile Rampardos. This is gonna explode again, most likely. Haha! W. We need one more stick of dynamite to get through this part of Dark Cave. Okay, that's where the other one is. After we go through Johto, we'll do the Elite Four again, and we might explore Mount Silver. I don't know what we'll be immediately playing after Infinite Infusion, but it won't be Pokemon. This looks like an Earthquake. Metagross, Rhyhorn, most likely. Mainly because of the giant horn. We'll go Weetar with a Crunch. Rotom, Cradily. That looks like a Stab Cross Poison. This is probably Explosion again. Nice. I noticed a glitch with the outfits. No matter what, I cannot remove the hat. The big white sun hat. I don't like that because part of what I was doing to make this more interesting, I was having a different fit for every boss fight. Let's see what's over here. Not worth it. We made it to Blackthorn. I'm hoping that I can rock up and beat Claire's ass. We do have a bit of a training arc because, well, let's look at what Claire has. So we already mentioned the Slynite, Sylveon Dragonite with Pixelate and Extreme Speed. She also has a Aggron Gudra, so one Steel Dragon, an Altarizard, Charizard Altaria, Dragon Flying, another Steel Dragon via Steelix Noivern, a Dusk Dragon, Hydreigon Dusknoir, and then a Ludra, Lurantis Kingdra with Contrary. We want Ice to go Burr. We want Dark for the Dust Dragon. We want Ground and or Fighting for the Steel Dragons. And then we're going to use a Wonder Guard Pokemon for Silnite. I made a note of what I wanted. We need to start working on that. So we want Ice Water with Thick Fat. That way, we take little damage from fire. We want Dark Fairy, either Houndoom or Hydreigon to be fused with Gardevoir. We want a Shed for the Slynite, since what I wanted to do, it wasn't an option because we don't have that Pokemon to counter it. So that's likely going to be our Slaninja. the Pokemon that we need to level are whatever our Vaporeon fusion ends up being, whatever our Thick Fat Mon ends up being, and then yeah. All right, so let's start working on that. Weetar all around is pretty good. No weaknesses. We're gonna put away Magnegon for now. We're gonna unfuse Vaporwar because we want to fuse her with either a Houndoom or a Hydreigon. Let's look at the decks and figure out which one I like more. So we would want Dark Fairy. It would be Hustle. I don't like that. So we would have to end up not being able to be that, which means it is going to be Houndoom Gardevoir. Okay, then we'll fuse Guardy with Houndoom. And we want Dark Fairy. We do have to worry about Steel. And because held items that are consumable like berries are not infinite, even if we had a Babiri Berry, we'd only have one. So we're not going to be able to use it. We are Houndvar. Let's figure out which sprite I like the most. I really like that one, but I'm not impartial to some of the other ones. So if we don't find a better one than this, we're probably going with this one. That one's kind of cool. We're going with this one. We will be Early Bird, and we'll be Modest. And we'll combine movesets. We want to keep Moonblast. We want Flamethrower. We don't care about Crunch. Maybe Nasty Plot. And I wouldn't mind Dark Pulse. We can probably get a Dark Pulse. Now that I think about it, we don't need Flamethrower. What we're going to do is we're going to remember Ice Beam from when we were, what's her face? From when we were the other... Oh, we can't get it this way. We might be able to get it upstairs. Let's find out. Ice Beam will be quad effective against the Lurantis Kingdra. There it is. And we'll run that over Flamethrower. Okay, so Houndvar is good. I mean, we still need our levels up. Flaninja is good. Weetar is good. We want to do a Ice Water type with Thick Fat. And I think we can go back and find a Meryl with Thick Fat relatively easily. That would be Route 7, from what I remember. Normally, we would want huge power. But we want the Thick Fat, so we take significantly less from fire, since at the end of the day, we are going to be an ice type. And the reason why we want it to be ice water is we'll be neutral to steel. Let me make sure that Azrael is actually still here. I don't want to be in the wrong area and then be like, oh, we're just not seeing it because it's rare, you know? Okay, Meryl is only dawn and noon. So we don't need to be here yet until 5 a.m. So let's not do that. Let's work on the rest of the team. Okay, so we have Weetar, Slaninja, Houndvar. We have the thick fat Pokemon. I could take apart my Haxorus Azrael, but it has huge power, and I don't want to do that. Maybe I already have another Meryl, and I forgot about it. I do. Perfect. Okay. When do you evolve? Azrael evolves at 15 and 18, so we don't even have to look for one in the wild. And we would want to fuse that with an ice type. So let's look at this real quick while we're here. Let's see. Azumarill. We want water. We want ice. And we want thick fat. So we could go Azumarill Lapras. Let's see if that is thick fat. It does not. Okay. We could go Azumarill Weavile. Water, ice with thick fat. The only downside to that is because it's a Weavile fusion, it's a glass cannon. What about Azumarill Galele? Also kind of squishy. No. What about Azumarill Glaceon? That's not bad. It doesn't have much in way of stats. What would I be doing to whatever Pokemon I'm fighting with that? Stab Ice would be good here. We would need either fighting or ground here. Let's see what that looks like, moveset wise. What I'd really like to see would be Aura Sphere. So if we're going to do that, we're actually going to fuse Azrael with Lucario so it can inherit Aura Sphere. If I want Glaceon, though, I need another evolution. Which means I need to surf, and it needs to be during the day. Raymond Townsend, thank you for stopping by. W Beans emote, hope you're doing well. We are working on Pokemon Infinite Infusion Remix mode. We are prepping for Claire. She has a lot of dragons, a lot of steel dragons, some flying dragons. We need to get an Eevee to make a Glaceon. We then need to fuse Glaceon with Lucario so it can learn Aura Sphere. Then we need to fuse the Glaceon with an Azumarill so it has thick fat. So it will reduce the damage it takes from fire and steel. What are you up to? And how are you doing, my friend? Let me make sure Eevee isn't a specific time of day. It might be. Okay, if we want Eevee, it needs to be dawn or noon, 15% chance. Titanfall 2. I never got into the Titanfall series. However, I hope you're enjoying it. It is a shame that we never got a Titanfall 3 because live services like Apex were the future. Are you enjoying the story? It's my understanding that Titanfall 1 or 2 never really had much of a story, as they were primarily focused on being a live service. I'm actually big into mechs. I've played a lot of the Battletech series. I've played a fair amount of Armored Core. I loved Chrome Hounds and Heavy Gear. I may stream Armored Core 5 on stream. I played a little bit of it, and then I stopped. Overall, I'm more of a Western mech audience, but Mecha via Armored Core 4 and 5 is still really good. Oh, 1 didn't have a story at all? Okay, gotcha. So it's kind of like what Chrome Hounds did for 2. Chrome Hounds had a story that was a glorified tutorial. We don't have a Pokemon with Surf, so I need to go back and grab a Pokemon with Surf. Pretty sure Lapras still has Surf. I do think the idea that Titanfall had, where you could get out of your frame and fight, is neat. I didn't get into Armored Core until 4 because I didn't have a console growing up. Would you say Armored Core 2 was your favorite of the series? There's an Eevee. We're gonna make this be a Glaceon. All right, let's try this again. First try. This is chilly. I think I still have an Ice Stone in my inventory. If I don't, we'll go back and buy some. Also, I enjoyed the heck out of Deus Ex Machina as we waited for Armored Core 5 to come out. It seems there's a glitch, which is why we have that light hat under the Pokeballs that are levitating. I think in both 4 and 5 and Rubicon, whatever, there were builds that you could have infinite flying. And I remember not being great at it, but I did primarily prefer 1v1 duels with swords, aka dual moonlights, and that was a good bit of fun. I do remember when I did PvP in Armored Core 4 and 4 Answer, I remember the netcode being garbage, which made it super laggy when you were trying to do sword fights. it doesn't really matter what the sprite of Glaceon is currently, because when you fuse it, there's only a few sprites it can actually be. Glaceon is through and through a special attacker. We're not doing any physical moves on it. All right, so we need to fuse Glaceon with Lucario so it can learn Aura Sphere. Then we'll unfuse it. We'll then fuse Glaceon with an Azumarill with Thick Fat. And what's cool is when you fuse Pokemon, even after you unfuse them, they keep the moveset. So it's a good way to give Pokemon moves that they normally would not have. I know for a fact that there were Armored Core games that you had infinite flying, so I don't agree with that statement. Mainly because I had builds with that and I had friends that had builds with that. That being said, it is amusing that you were able to hop servers and destroy people with your builds. All right, so this doesn't really matter outside of just inheriting the moveset. Sniping is certainly one way to do it. I remember when I played builds that would hover up there, there was sniping, there was homing missiles, grenade launchers, etc. They could be very oppressive. And I can see how there would be backlash regarding that kind of playstyle. Don't need Heal Pulse. Heal Pulse only works in double battles. Okay, now we'll unfuse Chili. We'll get Meryl evolved. And then we will swap to Azumarill and then fuse. I'm not gonna get into an argument with you, so I will agree to disagree that you cannot infinitely fly anymore. That being said, I'm glad you enjoyed it and you have fond memories of the series, because at the end of the day, games are entertainment. We also have ads just under a minute. When we come back from ads, we will be looking at even more Palace Cats. We have a little bit of a training arc, and then we'll be beating Claire in the face and taking away all her bad dragons. We're gonna fly to Victory Road. There's a spammable trainer right underneath Victory Road. We're gonna need some more splicers. I will see you all in 3 minutes, friends. Grab a drink, do some stretching, grab a snack. Happy Catterday, and see you all soon. we are having a bit of a training montage. Normally, I'm able to have one of the fused Pokemon be a really high level. And that lets me skip some of this. But since both Azumarill and Glaceon are low level, I need to go until at least one of them is high 50s. Then we can combine them with Super Splicers and get them around 60 and change, since the current level cap is 64. That being said, I did mention Palace Cats, wild cats that live in Asia. The body is round, and they are full of personality. Bad Wolf, thank you for the hydrate. I will grab my water, right meow, and then I'll fill it up again. So they did mention Palace Cats. Here's a picture of a wild Palace Cat, and this was taken sometime in 2026, and it was on Red Note, aka Chinese social media, one of several platforms. I'm gonna fill that up again. Stay hydrated. Dying of thirst is a very real thing, and nobody wants that in their cereal. Yes, very much hiding. The body is flat. Eyes are high up on the face. Ears are on the side of the head, so it doesn't give away the position. You can see the tail curled around the body. Cute little pink snoot. Super adorable. While I fill up my water, here is another wild Palace Cat, and this was also taken in 2026. Yes, pancake, doughy little roll, kind of like a muffin. Very adorable, very floofy. They have an incredibly dense coat. They have the largest teeth relative to body size of any felines. They have been around for over 10 million years, and they're mad cute. Jay, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate the lurk. How has the Terraria been? Are you doing vanilla Terraria? Are you doing, say, Calamity mod? What are you doing? And let me get you a shout out. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you've been having a great Catterday, my friend. Let's look at another wild Palace Cat, also in 2026. Check out Jay, friend of the stream, currently playing through Terraria. I met him a few days ago when he raided into my stream. This is probably a fully grown Palace Cat. They have blue. Most baby animals have blue eyes when they're young to denote a lack of pigment. Palace Cats are fully grown around 7 months, and their eyes will be a different color by then. So realistically, this is an adult Palace Cat. But check out Jay. When he raided into me, he had been doing a cooking stream. If you do want to see Palace Kittens, I have a bunch. Here are... Let's see. Here are some in the wild. This is an Indian Palace Cat with at least one of her babies. Yes. Looks a little soggy from water somewhere. Whether she had to go through water to get food, or whether the rock that she's climbing on is wet. Here are some wild palace cats observed by Vadim K. He was the adoptive father of Dasha, a wild palace cat that was abandoned by her mother, and she was rehabilitated and re-released in the wild. Vadim K works with Manul Working Group and Pika, conservation agencies dedicated to palace cats. These pictures were taken in 2025, and because their eyes are still blue, it's likely that these kittens are at most 2 months old. I don't know if they have more spots when they're younger. Maybe the spots are more visible because their coat could be lighter. They all have spots and stripes on the face. I think it comes down to the palace cat. Speaking of Vadim K, this is a picture of Vadim K holding baby Dasha in his hand. Dasha actually has a book written about her. It's a picture book, but it's in Russian, and I don't think they ship outside of Russia. And here is a picture of Dasha sleeping after being hand-fed. This could be from his wife. It could also be Vadim K himself. Oh yes, 100% adorable. Still a wild cat that will rip your face clean off. Vadim claims that he has seen Dasha in the wild, and he thinks he's seen her kittens. Very cute, 100%, my friend. So good of Vadim and his wife to take care of Dasha and re-release her in the wild when she was healthy again. We have a bit of a training arc to do, though. If we can get either Glaceon or Azumarill to at least 50, it'll be less levels to grind when we fuse the other one. So realistically, at least another 13 levels to go. We will put Houndoom away for Meow. So all the XP goes to Azumarill. Oh, the Houndoom Gardevoir. Basically a demon with a chalice. Big fan. I'm using one Gardevoir fusion for every single gym. So far, we've had Fairy Water, Fairy Fire, Fairy Steel, and now Fairy Dark. We specifically wanted Thick Fat because we're going to fuse it with a Glaceon, so that will help us take even less damage from fire. Chat, I hope you're doing well. I hope you've been having a great Catterday, and if not, I will continue to keep you in my prayers. Initially, I wanted to use a Bruxish fused with a Fairy to have Water Fairy with Dazzling to block priority, but I was unable to get that. So instead, we'll be using Slaninja for the Sylveon Dragonite, and then we have to get rid of at least 2 other Pokemon that either have status, Rocky Helmet, or Dark moves. That was a misclick. I probably need to go back and heal up the brick break so I don't have to use less effective moves. Stab Spirit Shackle still did a good bit of damage though. Like, I'm okay with that. Another thing that I wish this had, that Rad Red added, once you have access to the move relearner, so give or take second badge, you could go to Nurse Joy and she would set your Pokemon at level cap. That way there's no grinding. And as early as Rad Red, but improved upon in Emerald Imperium, Pokevile, think a portable Estus Flask with unlimited charges, so you could heal outside of battle, and it meant you never had to worry about running out of like potions, antidotes, etc., along with making it so no one can heal in boss battles, so you don't have to burn through 4 full restores on every single Elite Four member. I would argue that, as far as I'm concerned, for the most part, Rad Red and Emerald Imperium are the best way to play Pokemon, and I hope whenever Infinite Infusion 2 comes out, and whenever the ROM hack I'm also following, but it's currently an alpha, comes out, it'll have a lot of the stuff that they added, because it's hard to have something so feature complete, then go back, and it's just missing. It's like having an amazing steak at a restaurant and the steak being ruined for you because you've had such a good experience. Also, steak at a restaurant's a scam for the amount of money you have to pay. I would rather go to the store, grab a ribeye, and make it myself. Ribeye with some good marbling, maybe do a dry rub, maybe let it marinate for a day. Delicious. Mom loves her steak well done. I can't stand that. I'm very much a medium rare type. That being said, medium rare at a restaurant can be dangerous because they might undercook it and then it ends up being rare. And I don't love the taste of pennies in my mouth. I do agree on the flavor though. Flavor is important. So, Bad Wolf, how is your dad doing? And have you been having a good week/weekend? I don't remember all the things you said about your dad, but I do think you mentioned you visiting him and or vacation along with getting out of the hospital, and it all sounds great. Yes, I know a few people who like a blue rare, aka the cow is mooing. Not for me. The only time I'll eat raw meat is sushi. And even then, it's a little scary. But you can eliminate some of the risk by not getting gas station sushi. Superpower is not bad, but we're running this Azumarill Glaceon as special. It's why we fused it with a Lucario, so we could have access to Aura Sphere. since a third of her team is Steel Dragon, and then another third of her team is Flying, which would render immune to ground. Okay, gotcha. I'm glad that went well. I didn't know your dad was also... No. I didn't remember that your dad also had to undergo chemo. However, I'm glad that despite these pressing health issues, things are looking up for him. Understood regarding the work, but I'm glad overall that it's been a good week for you. And I will continue to keep you and your father in my prayers. Yes. Let me see if I can find one of those. Here's an up close of Nagomu. You can see just how circular the pupils are. Nagomu is taken from kanji. His name means calm. And he lives at the zoo in Japan, Nasu Animal Kingdom, with his wife, Abricos. Her name means apricot. Exactly. Incredibly large pupils when the catnip finally kicks in. Of the three, Nagomu, Otto, and May, Nagomu's my favorite. On one side of his family, he has Lev and Shaw for grandparents. On the other side, he has Bull and Polly. And he is a spitting image, IMO, of his grandfather. Here is a side-by-side of him and his grandfather. Bull on the left, Nagomu on the right, on the same stump. And Bull's coat was so orange because he sat in the sun a lot and in between the vitamin D and bleaching his fur. That's why it's so orange. Nagomu loves the stump, so I expect him to be significantly orange as well. Kind of, but Iranian palace cats are orange by default. Probably a combination of adaptation, but also, you know, the sun. Here's a picture of an Iranian palace cat. This was taken in 2015. Presumably the cat was detained for conservation purposes and then re-released into the wild. I love that the mitts are basically Cheeto dust or orange drink. It's debated whether the palace cats in Iran are a third official subspecies. I don't know if they are, but I'm a fan. They are IRL Garfields, but they love Monday, and they still love lasagna. if we do have some rare candy, we can cheat a few levels. If we don't, we'll keep going until Azumarill is at least 55. We were fortunate that we didn't have to do this last time because the mons we wanted to use, they already had one side that was a high-level fusion. Currently, the 2 recognized Palace cat species is the main one, Autocolobus manul, and then Autocolobus manul nigripectus, which roughly translates to black chest. And this is the exhibit A that I like to use for nigripectus. They were observed in the Arunachal region of India for the first time in 2025. They're looking quite stoic and serious, with a dark black chest, brownish boots, and grayish white socks. As part of a 5-year study observing snow leopards, Palace cats were observed as high as 15,000 feet in the Himalayas. And while nature is metal, snow leopards do go after Palace cats. And I choose to believe most of the time they get away because I like them more than snow leopards. And I think that's a neat part of science. You can have a study observing something, and then while you're observing that, you discover other things. What's it called? Manul Working Group. They posted a update regarding the Palace Cat camera trap network in Kazakhstan. We were looking at it the other day. We may look at the full report even more on Sunday. Over half of all cameras in Kazakhstan have observed Palace cats, and there's tons of charts and data that we can look at. I adopted one of the camera traps, so I have been given at least 2 reports since I did that in September of 2025. It wasn't cheap, so I probably won't adopt another camera. Okay, we'll wait until we hit the next level. That way we get the most value out of the rare candy. I think had I known about Palace cats when I was younger, I would have done some sort of major in conservation. Ow. I did way more than I would have liked. I have a bachelor's in legal studies, and I have an associate's in criminal justice. Sadly, it didn't pan out, and it's complicated, but I am grateful that I have no debt. Initially, I was thinking about getting a master's, but it only would have been if my job required it. Yes, that's probably the only real saving grace in my life, is I have 2 degrees that could be useful, and I'm not beset with crippling debt. The rest of it is pretty much an L across the board, mainly my health and mental stuff, which therapy helps, but there's a lot of things in my life that I can do fuck all about, and boy is that a fucking mood. I kinda hope that the rapture happens before I have to deal with a worst case scenario. That is a very Have you been able to find a career within your bachelor's? Good on you for getting a double bachelor's. No? I am sorry to hear that. So you are sadly part of a group that they have degrees that they're unable to do something with, and I hate that for you, my friend. I was catching shit for some of my health issues prior to COVID being a thing. So now that we live in a post-COVID society, it would only be worse. Okay. I'm not gonna try to do the math because math is hard, but I was done with college. Oh no, it would be worse because there's even more stigma now about coughing. Yeah, I'm not gonna do the math, but I was done with college by 2012. No, yeah, you would think that with more people struggling with it, that yes, they would be more understanding. But no, it's only gotten worse. Modest and thick fat. Okay, gotcha. Thank you for doing the math, so I don't have to. I hate math, mainly because I'm bad at it. I subconsciously hold my breath because that's a response to anytime I breathe, I have to cough to a point that my throat, my ribs are bruised, and I have an umbilical hernia from coughing so much. Okay, so we want surf. We want Moonblast. We want Ice Beam. And then we likely want Aura Sphere for our last move. That's because I have a push to mute, and I try to be good about it. If you did hear me cough, it'd be like that all the time. So nobody wants that in their cereal. And I've been removed from at least one job in the past because of my cough. No. When I had my disability hearing, the judge was like, you've only coughed 8 times in 30 minutes, ergo, you don't have a problem, get a job. And I love when you have health issues that aren't visible, and then they get written off. So, W. It's okay. But yes, it is a thing. And I love it with the largest of air quotes. All we need lastly is Ice Beam. And then we probably want to get a few levels, because I really don't want to go into this 9 levels under. I legit don't get Ice Beam. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to Game Corner and we're going to buy Ice Beam as a TM, because that is cringe. The whole point of this was to also have Stab Ice Beam. I mean, I could fuse it with Lapras, but I'd rather just get it over with and buy Ice Beam as a TM, so I always have it. All right. Yes. I denied it. They denied it. I appealed it, and they still denied it. The process took about 7 years, and it was still denied. So I more or less went through the process, and that was that. But yes, I fucking hate it. Meanwhile, there are a lot of people who abuse the system, and that makes me very angry. Because in my mind, I'm someone with a valid claim, but they were like, no. And I'm like, oh, I love that for us. And it feeds into a lot of other things that I'm not gonna trauma dump. But let's put it this way. I do not like any of this in my cereal. I think we may have almost everyone we need, but we still have to get their levels up. All right, so Azumarill Glaceon, Modest, Thick Fat, Ice Beam, Aura Sphere, Moonblast Surf. Slaninja is for the lead mon. We need a different move though. Ideally, Ironhead. Let's see if we can get it. If not, I'll go to the tutor in Fuchsia and I'll learn it for 4K. And we'll take it probably over... Oh, yeah, we can get it. I will also take Sacred Sword over Brick Break. Actually, no. It's... No, I'll take Ironhead over Brick Break. I'll keep Play Rough. I don't want to get rid of Earthquake, and I don't want to get rid of Spirit Shackle, because I can only get Spirit Shackle back with, what's it called? Heart Scales. I've seen the documentaries on welfare fraud with McMansions. There were absolutely people doing well by scamming the system. That being said, the system loves to pit poor people against each other because it means we can't unite against the oppressive system. Okay, so what do we still need? We need our Guard of War Houndoom. And that would be you. What else did we need? We wanted to use our Dark Levitate as a all-around good option. It has functionally 0 weakness. Right here. Okay. We need at least 1 more Pokemon. We also need to get some levels on Azumacon. Claire. Okay. Dark is fine here. Ice is fine here. I wouldn't mind stab fighting, but with fairy and flying and psychic, it's a problem. I could go ground, but the immunity from flying, along with being weak to water, ice, and grass, is an issue. I think I'll go back to using Lucario and Mismagius. Let's fuse them. Fighting Ghost is pretty good. It's only weak to Ghost, Psychic, Flying, and Fairy. And we have Levitate. Bad Wolf, thank you for the lurk. Have a good one. We're going to be doing some more grinding. We want to get everyone to at least 64. And then we're going to beat Claire up. Respectfully, of course. I don't think they'll ever let me set up, but I'm still gonna grab it. Understood. Thank you for the heads up. Okay. Weetar is fine. Houndoom, Azumacon, and Lucamagius still need levels. We use the Slenowar because we know they have no dark moves, which makes it a very free fight in terms of training. That being said, now that we have no fighting, this is slightly less free. In retrospect, I probably could have kept the fighting move until they were done with, what's it called? Until I was done leveling. All right. At the very least, we can do Stab Spirit Shackle. In theory, if I really needed to extend it, I could use Lepa Berries. But I'm trying to save those for the second E4, since we have no Ether or Elixir. Another thing that exacerbates the cough is stimulants make it worse. And I need at least 1 or 2 energy drinks every day to make it through the day. So it's one of those things where it's like a solution to one problem makes another problem worse. I'm glad Play Rough is quite effective there. Unless we miss, it's a non-issue. Whereas the other ones don't do nearly enough damage. And because it's Hydreigon, it has Levitate. We try to save Earthquake for this because it's super effective. We are going to do a Hydreigon Gardevoir fusion at some point. It'll probably end up being Dragon Psychic because we already did Fairy Dark. If there isn't any like bullshit quests that we have to do, as soon as we get these Pokemon leveled, we'll be beating Claire. Her last Pokemon, the Contrary Lurantis Kingdra, is scary. Contrary, whenever one of your stats would be reduced, you get +2 special. So she has 3 moves that trigger Contrary, and she has Aqua Jet for priority. It is disgusting. Thankfully, quad weak to Ice, which is where the Glaceon is going to come into play. Okay, one of them just hit level cap, W. And we put those ones in box 5. Now that I think about it, aside from the Raichula, I think my Glaceon could one-shot 2 out of 3 of their Pokemon. I'm gonna test that after this time, because that will make it even faster, because then I can put the Lucky Egg on that. But it's also possible that because my Slane's at level cap, all the XP is already going there, you know? I haven't looked what's after Claire. Hopefully, the Pokemon I need will be leveled. I am probably going to have to fight Ucene again at some point, though. I think we'll get one more level on our Chili. There's trainers in Claire's gym we're going to have to fight. That will probably get us the sufficient levels. We're out. Okay. Surely one more pass will get us there. There it is. That's fine. All right, wow. Back to Blackthorn. We need our taxi. And then we throw Amulet Coin on our Ninja because we need money. And it seems likely that most of the Pokemon on the way to Claire aren't gonna have a, what's it called? A dark move. From what I remember, there is a puzzle in Claire's gym, but it's moving platforms to face a certain way. All right. Yep. Thank you. I already hate this. It's not what I thought it would be. Hopefully someone can learn strength. We'll take it over flamethrower. We'll add flamethrower back if we need it. So yeah, I already hate this. More puzzles. Okay, so this is a Salamence Venusaur. Gudra Sylveon. Noivern Dusclops. There's a pretty high chance this has a dark move. Let's see if we're correct. There it is. Land Dragon. That looks like a stab Moonblast. That's a large hydro pump for what it is. Also, of course, it wouldn't miss. Twice in a row. 80% accuracy, by the way. So yeah, I think as a rule of thumb, if it's a ghost, we're probably not going to stay in because it's likely going to end up having a dark move. Okay. This may take a moment. Gudra, come on. Greninja Dragonite. There's a dark move. All right. I never fixed my moveset. Whoops. We'll address that after this one. Kingdra Volcarona. Finally a bug dragon. Nice. We have ads coming up in just under a minute. We'll be working on the strength puzzles while we do that. You're not going to be missing anything. Interesting. I will see you all soon, friends. Happy Catterday. All right, Meow, it is time to give Claire the business. We are worried about Rocky, Helmet, Altaria, Charizard. It also has Willow. So thinking about that, I'm going to put a Rostberry for burn on my, what's her face? On Athena. We'll do Amulet Coin on Magnagon and Houndvoir. Let's go with a Focus Band since we're a little on the squishy side. This is Claire, Infinite Fusion Remix Mode. Go team. We lead with Athena because she has nothing that can hit us. I'm kind of expecting her to swap out into Rocky Helmet. I'm glad she didn't. Okay. Dusk Dragon is a problem because Dark Pulse. It'll likely be any move, but I don't want to risk it going for Dark Pulse immediately. So we are going to go into, let's see. We're going to go into Weetar. With a nice Stab Crunch. Of course, it lands the 70% Blizzard. Okay, there's the Rocky Helmet. No. No, it is Rocky Helmet. No. Rocky Helmet's Altarizard. This is Agdra. It's probably going to go for Curse setup and try to sweep. We have Sacred Sword, which ignores stat changes. There's the Rocky Helmet. Okay, so Charizard is likely going to go Willow here. Okay, so it goes for Air/Flinch. We died of Fire Blast. Unfortunate. Quad effective Ice Beam. You love to see it. That's a problem. It has nothing that can hit me. This is why we have Athena, in case we weren't able to do anything about the Ludra. My answer to the Ludra died in one hit. Agdra has nothing that can hit me. Dust Dragon has a dark move. We go into Lucamagius. Once again, 100% hit rate on a 70% move. We go back into Athena. Reavern is Noivern Steelix. It has nothing that can hit me. I think it's going either Outrage or Heavy Slam. We are gonna go... We're in trouble if we go into Houndvar and it goes Heavy Slam. Yeah, that's a problem. A neutral Moonblast. Nice. We go into Athena. Nice. And we play rough. Really? Mildly surprising. And that's Claire. That did not nearly go as well as I would have liked. But I never had an opportunity to actually get Gardevoir in there. The Heavy Slam would have one-shot her because Dark Fairy loses to, what's it called? To Seal. We're going to leave the party as is for now, but we do likely have a new level cap and a new badge count. After, let's see. Let's look at gyms after Claire, so we know what we need to prep for. Okay, after Claire, it's Price in Mahogany Town, and it's mostly Ghost with some Ice. All right, so what are we looking at? Willow on Dusknoir Torterra. Willow on Frostlass Ninetales. Nothing on Goliswine. Nothing on Misligator. Nothing on Chandlepede. Kofa King with Mummy would get rid of my, what's it called? Would get rid of my Wonder Guard. So we're only a little worried for this one. And since it's mostly Ghost, we're going to be trying to use a lot of Dark. Maybe a little bit of Normal. And something else. Okay. Let's think about what we want to do for this. Do they have any fairy moves? One Play Rough. One Play Rough. And two Ice moves. Okay. We can make this work. Until I know what the level cap is for sure, we'll leave it at 64 with a question mark. I need a flyer with me just so I can see what the map looks like. Or I can pull it up this way, I think, right? Okay, so we need to get to Mahogany. We can go through this. Okay. Okay, we don't have what it looks like to be able to do that. So if we want to get to there, it looks like we need to go from Violet to Ecruteak and then to Mahogany. Okay, we can make that work. Which means we do need a flyer. So we'll put away the Magnagon for now, and we'll grab our taxi. No, we'll take Amulet Coin off of them first. The hat may be bugged, but at the very least, we can change what our outfit is. I am the Forest King. All right, taxi, let's get it. That doesn't seem right. Okay, we are going the right way now. Good. Or maybe we're not. I mean, I can always look it up if I have to. I want to go north to get to Ecruteak. I don't want to go south. Huh. Let's figure out how to get there. That way I'm not wasting time. Okay. Blackthorn, Dark Cave, West. Awesome. Love that for us. Let's hope they're not telling tall tales. Okay. Through Dark Cave, the west though, instead of otherwise. Okay. Let's see if we can do that without much of an issue. We also need our repels. We may have to buy more. Huh. That doesn't seem right. No. That's not right. There might be Golbat boots at the top of Sprout Tower. Hmm. Huh. I'll try the Sprout Tower to see if we can get the boots. I hope there's not a bunch of puzzles in here. Interesting. Oh, I'm gonna have to sneak past them all? That's gonna be a thing, potentially. I'm gonna look up a walkthrough. We're not wasting any time. Okay, so let's look at... Okay, let's see. We're doing some reading. So yes, Golbat boots, Sprout Tower. Okay. That's exactly what we need. Okay, let's see. So the puzzle is you have to be undetected by every single monk in Sprout Tower. Boy, let me tell you, this is going to be a rough one. But we'll do it, and we'll do it live. Because we have to. All right. I feel like I'm in a Metal Gear game. We're gonna save constantly so I don't get kicked back to the start each time. Good thing we saved. Good thing we saved. Okay. Okay, we save again. We save again. Okay. I think we'll be all right. No, we are not all right. That's going to be a tough one. Okay, so he goes this way. He goes this way. He hugs the interior lane. We almost had it. Okay. We're doing it. I hope whoever designed this steps on a Lego. I have no idea how to sneak past him. Oh, we did it first try. You'll have to see it. Apparently, the Pokemon they patrol, it's the same thing with line of sight. Oh no, that one's actually easier because they have to catch you. Okay, I can appreciate that. Oh, they're fast boys. Okay, good to know. Watch out for fast ones. Oh boy. This does not look better. Okay, what's the pattern? 4 of them in a box, and they turn clockwise. No, apparently. We got it. I never want to do that again. I wonder if I can escape rope out. It feels like a place I would be able to escape rope. Yes. Nice. So that definitely wasn't as bad as it could have been. I still didn't enjoy it. 0 out of 10. Nice. We'll need to buy more repel. Nice, some max repel. Maybe that will get us to mahogany. And let's put amulet coin on Athena. So when we do eventually run into trainers, we'll get more money. Speaking of, oh boy, there's permanent hail. Okay, let's go with Weetar. That's gonna be an issue. We're gonna have to change our lead. Yeah, this is gonna be an issue. All right, let's go with Chili. Oh yeah, and ice types get a 50% defense bonus in snow. Thankfully, we're a special attacker. Nice. Let's go with Moonblast. No, we don't need acro. All right, so it looks like 64 is still the level cap. And we need to lead with someone who isn't Athena, because the hail will kill us since we only have 1 HP. And then we'll lead with Houndvar until we get to Mahogany. There we go. That'll have to do. Let's also save because it's been a minute. Whoops. Arcanine Galele. Altaria Mismagius. That actually looks really sick. Thankfully, crunch time. Mimikyu Blossom. Let's go Ironhead. And then let's go quad effective poison. Nice. Xatu Dust Noir. That's fine. Props to all these people up in the snow. Pyukimyu Galele. Not great. Bring out Orosphere. We're now water type in case it wanted to use freeze dry. And the innards out. We're gonna stay in and get a clean switch. That is fine. We want to go Houndvar, and we're gonna go Moonblast. Of the what's it called? Of the Gardevoir I made, I think this Houndvar is my favorite. Froskull, Smeargle, and probably Frostlass. This looks like a Moonblast. Oh, and it has Snow Cloak. That's why we missed. You hate to see it. Orosphere. Orosphere can't miss. W. almost made it. Okay. Carbink Slowbro. This kind of looks like a neutral aura sphere. No, let's go surf. And then we'll surf again. Polyrath Mismagius. Haha, you're stupid. Spirit Shackle. Zatu Ludicolo. Nice. We probably didn't need to go this way. We'll see, though. Grodel and Croconaw. We don't want to be in on this. That's fine. Palisand Cradley. Oh no, you can't hit me. Damn it. I didn't expect it to actually have Sandstorm. That is my fault. We will go Ice Beam. Quick Claw value. And we get the freeze. Very chill. Nice. We take it. We want to revive Athena. We want to revive Noir and Lucamagius. Once we get to where we need to be, we'll, what's it called? Farm up some hyper potions so I don't have to buy any. Let's also look at what we want to use for this fight. So primarily, price is Ghost. So we're looking at normal because there's only 1, 2, 3 fighting moves. We're looking at dark because there's only 2 fighting moves and 1 bug, 1 fairy. Yeah, 1 bug, 1 fairy. So dark and normal is looking good. Ghost is okay as well because they only have 1 normal type. We want to make sure Kappa King goes down so it can't take away Mummy. It can't take away Wonder Guard from Shed. One fairy? Do they have any? They have 2 ice moves, right? Okay. So let's look at this real quick. This is not going to be the gym to use Gardevoir Hydreigon because there's too much of things that kill it. So we're going to have to do a different Gardevoir fusion for this fight. Okay, so let's think about that. So Gardevoir, we could go Gardevoir normal. What's do they have any poison and steel? They have 1 poison and no steel. So we are going to go with Porygon Z Gardevoir, normal fairy. And we're probably going to try to get download. I'd also settle for Trace. Okay, so before we do anything else, we are off to Goldenrod to get the dubious disc so we can get a Porygon Z. And Bill's house is in Goldenrod. This is probably not Bill. Oh, okay. Neat. We need to stock up on balls. Phrasing. Neat, but I think I'm good. Ah, okay. This is the tower, from what I remember. Maybe that's Bill's house. Or maybe this is Bill's house. This is not a house. This is a museum. There we go. Awesome. I think I already have a Porygon. We already have upgrade and we already do dubious disc. Let's figure out when Porygon evolves, because I don't remember off the top of my head. It basically doesn't matter. Okay. Though I probably wouldn't mind having access to recover at 18. Okay. All right, we're looking for Porygon. Porygon is always going to be one name. Quackers. Because he's a duck. And by that, I mean Quackers. We actually don't have to do a training montage for Porygon because it's not a level Evo. So what we can do is we can fuse it with Gardevoir and then it will inherit the level. Then we can use the dubious disc and the upgrade and we'll be good to go for that. We do still need to farm up some hyper potions. Poryvore. I can dig it. I kind of like this one. She's got goggles on and like the Matrix. This one makes her look a little crazy. This one is unsettling. We're going to go with this one. Trace and Modest. We're fighting mostly Ghost. Really? No? I could have sworn that would have given me access to recover. Maybe it's up here. There it is. So we'll be Moonblast, Recover, and what else do we want? Probably Shadow Ball because of all the ghosts. And because there are so many ghosts, unless I had like Scrappy, we're not going to be able to hit them with a normal move. Ice wouldn't be a terrible idea. Water also wouldn't be bad. Let's explore that. I could probably go Surf. She's been fused with Vaporeon before. No, okay. Maybe a grass move, since there's water and there's ground. I have an idea. We're gonna go to Knot Island, and we're gonna see if there's a unique move that she can learn. No. Well, now we know. All right. There's a world where maybe we go Nasty Plot. Ice Beam isn't a bad idea, but it's not going to do enough. I don't want to go Thunderbolt because of all the ground. Could go Calm Mind. Is it mostly special or physical? So 1 physical, 2 physical. Primarily special. So you know what? We will go Calm Mind, I've decided. And we'll run that over Dream Eater. Okay. So we have Quackers. We have Weetar. We're not going to run Lucamagius because there's enough ghosts that we're not going to be able to hit anything. I think I said there was like 1 dark move. No, there's no dark moves, but there are Willow, which will kill my shed because it dies to status. So we'll have to run a Rostberry to remove it. Okay. I also, while I was trying to find a solution for the mahogany, apparently the puzzle in that gym is AIDS. So I'm probably going to be malding the whole time. So yeah, we'll keep Weetar. We'll keep Quackers. We'll leave Taxi as is for now. We'll keep Athena. We want something. There might be a world where we go steal something. One poison. Ground. If I could get Scrappy, like innately, I would consider that. Because then I can hit Ghost. So let's look at that. Let me see if a fighting type gets Scrappy. So it looks like Scrappy is only a normal, which would explain why all the ones that have it are normal fighting. Okay, so also Scrappy needs to not be a hidden ability. If it's hidden ability, we're not gonna reliably be able to get it. So probably Miltank. The only problem with Miltank is all the Miltank fusions are cursed AF. But it also has to be non-hidden ability. All right, we'll look for a Miltank, and ideally one of them will be less cursed, while also having access to Scrappy. Okay, Miltank. Route 9 and Route 18. We can make that work. I'll be on for another hour and a half, more or less. I'm glad that you're back. It seems that it did take a minute. Enjoy your food and Pacopia, Bad Wolf. And once again, thank you for hanging out. And I hope you have a good rest of your Saturday, my friend. Route 9 or Route 18? Route 9, okay. So now we need to figure out if it's day or night on Route 9. Okay, so Miltank on Route 9. Is the stream bank 15% morning and noon. All right. Well, I'm about to use a Miltank And apparently all the Miltank fusions are nightmare fuel. So it seems very likely that nightmare is in the cards. And she only shows up in dawn or morning. I mean, I need it. The reason why I need it is Miltank has Scrappy, normal, and fighting moves can hit ghosts. And Miltank has the highest BST, and it's a non-hidden ability. So sadly, I have to yabba dabba do it. Enjoy your food, Ampacopia. While we wait for it to be daytime, let's figure out what else we want on the team. I think I do want steal something. I need to see how much ground coverage there is. 1 ground. One ground. There's a world where we do steel, fire, flash fire, but then we still have to eat the hydro pump, which realistically it won't miss because why would it? Okay, so let's think about that still. Huh. And we don't have air balloons, sadly. If we were to go ground, we would want it to probably be ground steel with water absorb. That way, the only thing we're super worried about would be fighting and blizzard. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, so we can get a ground steel with water absorb. What it comes down to, will the water absorb be a hidden ability or not? Okay. So far, we haven't seen a single steel ground that can get it. This might be asking for too much. Yeah, I don't think we can actually get this. Nope. All right. So never mind. Let's think about it differently. I already have dark. We have ads. We will be back in just over 3 minutes. When we come back from ads, we'll look at Palace Cats again. And we have a milk made to catch. See you all soon, my friend. All right, Meow, we're back. We are looking for a mill tank because we'll have Scrappy, which lets normal and fighting hit Ghost. We'll fuse her with a fighting type, and we'll have a better answer for price being oops, all Ghosts. That's terrifying. Let's also make sure I'm in the right area. We are. It's just that it has the same drop rate as the ones we've been seeing, which means we're just getting unlucky. Since we are on a timer, once we get the mill tank, thank you, then we will look at some more Palace Cats. And I already know what her name's gonna be. I'm afraid to hit it, because I'll probably kill it. This is McKelly of It's McKell 167 fame. McKelly Clarkson. There you go. All right. Palace Cats. We already have a Halucha. Now let's figure out, ideally, the least cursed one that will have what I need. Okay, so and it has to have Scrappy. All right, so looking at this, there's no way I'm doing Mill Tank Machamp. There's maybe a world where we go Mill Tank Como. Normal fighting. 537 BST and Scrappy. That might be the answer. What about Miltank Lucario? No, that is more curse because it's like a doggo head on a blue cow. Yeah, I think the Como one is going to be the least cursed because there's not a billion udders on display. So it's not utterly ridiculous. That being said, Palace Cats. They're round, they're floofy, you know them, you love them. Paws on tail to keep the Pete's warm. This is our boy Nagomu. He lives at Nasu Animal Kingdom with his aunt wife, Abracos. I don't want to get copyright claimed, but he is putting his paws on his tail to keep warm. And it's super adorable. Palace Cats have been around for over 10 million years, and keeping the paws on their tail is an adaptation as it gets up to minus 70 degrees Celsius in the winter. He's in the same enclosure that his grandparents, Bull and Polly, used to be in. Here's a Russian palace cat with paws on tail, likely at Novosibirsk. I don't know which one they are, but super cute IMO. Love the rings of white around the eyes, the Cheeto dust around the muzzle, the relatively flat head. I guess there's a bit of a dent in the middle. Orange Pete's, paws on tail. All right. Another one I like is Nar. Nar is the father of Nagomu, Otto, and May, and he is the husband to Az. This was taken by Alpaca Zaymon, and here he is also doing a heck and tail step. Nar means sun in Mongolian, and he has golden amber eyes with a dark chest. Nar and Minya, they are the children of Primula and Clyon, and he turned 5. Well, him and Minya, because they're twins, both turned 5 this year. Nar lives at Kobe Animal Kingdom with his wife Az. And these palace cats, aside from the one I looked at earlier who lives in Russia, the bulk of them live in Japan. One of the first tail steps I saw, this was Zelenogorsk. He has passed away. He and Karaganda both made it to 15, and they were Russian palace cats found in the wild, Russia and Kazakhstan respectively, and they were responsible for many palace cats being born. Here he is doing a tail step, looking a little eepy, and this is Zelenogorsk himself. We have to level up a Komo-o and a Miltank. So we do have a little bit of a training arc. I could probably go for one that wasn't Komo-o, but I don't want them to be cursed if I don't have to. That's actually not too bad because I caught Hakomo in Victory Road. So that does save us a little bit of level. When does Komo evolve? $45. Easy. All right. We're saving Weetar. We're saving Quackers. This is Monica from Doki Doki Literature Club. 10 out of 10 game. And we leave Talonflame in here for now because that's our taxi. We're going to go to Victory Road for a bit of a training montage. Even Rocky had a montage. Time to beat up this trainer again. We don't need Biden. Provided the puzzle for Mahogany doesn't give me too much trouble, I'm expecting to beat Price tonight. The chance for Para is nice. We'll also keep Milk Drink. Komodo. The Komodo dragon. It doesn't matter what they look like now, because there's only one sprite or maybe two when they evolve. Also, now that Komodo's evolved, we're gonna fuse both McKelly Clarkson and Komodo. It needs to be normal fighting, and we need Scrappy. So, thankfully, no visible udders. That was one of the considerations as to why we went with this. I lost Scrappy? Really? Let me go back. Oh! Why? That's not right. I might have to get clever. Because the whole point of this was, it being Scrappy. Without Scrappy, I can't hit ghosts. Maybe I have to catch one specifically with Scrappy then. That could be a thing. There's also a world where we keep resetting, trying to get Scrappy. We could do that. We got it. Now we save. And now we fuse them again. Scrappy and Adamant. Perfect. We keep Body Slam. We keep Zen Headbutt. We don't care about Captivate. We don't super care about Gyro Ball. Now let's see what other moves we have access to. Probably Milk Drink. And I wouldn't mind a fighting move. Let's see what that looks like. Where? There you are. I don't like that Scupper can miss. Maybe we can go with Brick Break. Actually, no, Los doesn't get it. Okay. What about Brick Break? We'll go with Brick Break for now. We'll stop on over to, what's it called? Not Island. And we'll see if we have a unique move that we could learn that we would actually want to use. And I'll probably run Leftovers to help bolster the healing from Milk Drink. She doesn't get anything. All right, I'm glad we checked. There we go. She needs about 20 levels. So once again, we have a training montage, my friends. Is there anything else I think we need? So we have normal Ghost, normal fighting with Scrappy. We have Dark Poison. I wouldn't mind something else. I mean, we already have the Wonder Guard as well, which is normal Ghost. Can only be hit by Dark. I wouldn't mind one more Mon, though. I don't want to go Ground Fire because we're quad weak to water. Taro, thank you for your Prime subscription. Enjoy access to wonderful Palace Cats emotes and a Clodsire Dumpy. Throw an ass. How have you been? What are you up to, Taro? I hope you're doing well, or at least as well as you can. And if not, I will continue to keep you in my prayers. We are currently playing Infinite Fusion Pokemon Remix Mode. We are prepping for Price. Price is technically the Ice Gym leader. He has a bunch of ghosts, and it's gonna be difficult. We are currently on a training arc. That being said, here's some bonus Palace Cats. This is Nagomu doing a tail step. Shortly after he made it to Nasu Animal Kingdom in Japan, he looks quite severe, much like his grandfather, Bull. Yes. They often look serious or stoic. And it's not always silly. Here is one of his grandfather, Bull, also doing a tail step. This is a younger Bull as well. Kind of like a raccoon. I mean, there's definitely ones where they look angry. Half the time, the reaction is either they look cute or they look mean. Let me find one that is definitely not gonna fit cute. This is Posy. He is not pleased at all. So what have you been up to, Taro? Have you been doing drive-by doots? Are plants surviving? Or have you been doing any doggo or cat sitting? Maybe it looks like an opossum. I personally don't agree. There's someone in the Discord who loves spamming possum pictures, and I don't really see the resemblance. Okay, I'm glad you're not intimidated. That means you're made of sterner stock than others. Here's Magellan. He lives at the Poznan New Zoo. This one's definitely cute-er, but it's a big ol' hiss. Yes, fat mouth indeed. There's a side-by-side of a vampire bat and Lev. Let me see if I can find that one. Lev on the left, vampire bat on the right. The top is Polly and Lev and Polly. Lev would stand up for himself every so often. Also, since I mentioned Polly, here's Polly being a little silly. She's also stanced the frick up. The part of Infinite Fusion we're in is in Johto, the second region. It's after the Elite Four. So once we're done with Johto, we'll have 16 badges. We'll fight the Elite Four again, and we'll do some other stuff. Yeah, she does want to lem a cracker. Indeed, my friend. Here's one of Calypso doing a silly. From what I remember, Calypso is Polly's, not Polly. Calypso is Polly's sister. And then Honey is Bull's sister. Oh yeah, the Mlem GIF. I'm glad you liked it, my friend. Okay, let's look up Calypso, because it's been a minute. Oh, Calypso passed, which means it's Melissa, formerly known as Charybdis, who is still alive. If you want to learn more about Palace Cats, specifically Calypso. Calypso was the daughter of Pabu and Misha. She was born in Nordensark in 2015, and she sadly passed away in winter of 2023. This litter, they were all named after Greek beings: Polyphemus, Charybdis, Calypso, and Ilos. Here's a picture of young Calypso and her mother, Misha. I'm not happy with how Nordensark has handled some things, but overall, I do like them as a zoo. Charybdis is indeed an underrated name. That being said, when she moved, it became Melissa. And this is Melissa. She currently lives at a zoo in Lithuania. I agree, Taro. Presumably, there was a reason they did it. I don't know why, and that's okay. Yes, presumably, indeed, my friend. They love their stumps, and thank God for that. Getting some nice sunlight, coats a little orange from all the vitamin D. Very cute. And since it was Lev's birthday a few days ago, here is a picture of Lev and Bull beyond the Rainbow Bridge on a nice beach. Presume one of the Lord's finest creatures, and no one can tell me otherwise. Okay, Taro, what wild cat would you like to look at? Also, thank you for the redeem, my friend. Black-footed cat. W. That looks like a radio collar for conservation purposes. If this is the cat I think it is, it's the one that has a really high success rate in hunting, right? Very cute, very small, not like a Meownwell at all. Notice the predatory slits and triangular ears on the top of the head. I'm trying. It's difficult to find ones that are high resolution. They are Phigris nigripes, which probably translates to black feet or black appendages. Okay, so they are the one I was thinking. Yeah, it looks like they either have RF or some sort of tracking device, because I would not be surprised if they were also threatened or even worse in terms of conservation. Absolutely adorable, though. 10 out of 10. So cute. Let's look at a few more of them. I like the orange coloration. Very fit, if sit. Least threatened. Okay, good. I was worried it'd be like the Gobi bear, where there's only 50. Realistically, under 500, that's more or less the point of no return for a species being able to come back from the brink. It's a bit low res, but I like this one because they're getting in a big old stretch, and that's probably mad comfy. The eyes are a lot rounder, which makes me think they're dilated for a reason, you know? Are you satisfied, Taro, with your black-footed cat? Of course it does. Hey, I added it again. Okay, let me see if I can find any specifically of kittens. There's a zoo in Utah that does apparently have black-footed cat. This is not great resolution, but there's a black-footed kitten next to the mother. Very adorable. The eyes look like voids, whereas the mother does not look pleased in the slightest, which, you know, for a cat, it tracks. Let's see if we can find a few more. These look small enough to be kittens as well, but I'm not sure. Very much a if they fit, they sit inside a box. Cats are also liquid. They will fill the space. Yes, we love stacking cats. Speaking of which, the stack. I'm of the mindset that the pile or the heap is better rather than the stack. Oh no, it is absurd. I completely agree. That being said, it's still adorable. I also made my own stack. The one Palace Cat plush, the second Palace Cat plush, the Russian nesting doll stack. And they're on top of a stump ottoman. I'm pleased with how that one turned out. Also, turns out Palace Cats are not the only cats to tail step. Turns out sand cats also do it. No, they're not as good as it as Palace Cats because only one paw's on the tail, but that's a good effort. Yes, hot sand indeed. Gotta keep the peats cool. So adorable. So small. So floofy. Pointy ears. Predatory slits. Dark black and brown around the nose. Yes. Yes, we are. We're going to have a little as a treat. We need to finish grinding out levels, and then we'll be good to go to take on Price. Price is normally the ice gym. In this, he is a dark gym for the most part. Okay, so flash fire means we're immune to fire, which also includes will-o-the-wisp. Fire is normally weak to water, ground, and rock. So whatever we go for the second one, we want to offset those weaknesses. This gym is primarily special. I think I know what we're gonna go with. Okay. We're gonna grab our Ninetales, and we're gonna fuse it with a water type, so we have flash fire. And then we're still gonna be weak to one or two things, but not being able to get hit by fire moves, not being able to get hit by Willow is gonna be very useful, because Willow is a debuff, and it does chip damage. Let's figure out which ones it needs to be, because this is important. Okay, what are we looking at? Okay, so that's not bad. Sadly, it would have to be the Ninetales Vaporeon if we want that. What about Lapras instead of Vaporeon? No, that would be objectively worse because we lose the water typing. What about... We don't have a lot of water options. Let's try with Melodic. Fire, water with flash fire. We lose out on special, but this actually might be a play. Problem is, do I have a Feebas? I may not have a Feebas. 504? I think we just use Vaporeon. Okay. All right. It's Feebass because it's a feelings bass. As you know, a lot of Pokemon names are portmanteaus. So slacking is the slack king. Let's make sure I fuse it the right way. No. The reason why I went with Athena is in lore, Athena is very powerful and hard to kill. That slacking Shed Ninja, it can only take damage from dark. So most of the time it gets attacked and it takes 0 damage. I prefer this one. We want Flash Fire, and we want Timid. We'll probably end up changing that to Modest, but this is good enough. No, it means they combine, and you can unfuse them as well. Think of it as the power of friendship. They're not dying. Yes. It's probably easier for it to be a combined consciousness. I need something for the ghosts, and it's probably going to be Shadow Ball over Haze. All right, so we have Nineon. We have Athena. Technically, Athena can still die to weather and hazards and things like poison and burn, but for the most part, it's very bulky. And they put in a lot of work. McKelly Clarkson is a mill tank. Komodo. Komodo is a dragon inspired by the Komodo dragon. We still need to level her. Probably P-Top, yeah. Let's go to Knot Island and see if there's a unique move that we can give to our fusion. Nothing. All right. Once we get Komodo to like 64, then we'll be going back to Mahogany and we'll be fighting Price. I think Pokemon, and I don't know enough about Pokemon lore to give a definitive answer, but it's my understanding that Pokemon are animals within the Pokemon world. There are Pokemon that don't seem like they'd be considered animals from our idea of an animal, but I don't think there are quote-unquote animals that we think of that exist in the Pokemon world, if that makes any sense. Pokemon can canonically die as well. For example, if a Charmander's fire goes out on its tail, it will die. So, I've been fighting this trainer a lot. They have no move that can hurt me. Not if it rains. If the fire on its tail goes out. There's an episode in the anime where Brock, Misty, and Ash need to prevent a Charmander from dying. And it's not because the fire went out because of rain. It's because the trainer who got the Charmander originally gave up on the Charmander, and the lack of friendship was killing it. Kind of like Padme and her broken heart in Star Wars. This is a Mantine Lapras. It's basically a plesiosaur with a flotation device around the neck. That's my understanding. Yes, Taro. This is a Rhyperior Galvantula. Galvantula is an electric spider. And Rhyperior is a ground rock rhinoceros. Yeah, that too. And you actually mean Squirtle would derp on it, because all the water gun would have to do is hit the tail, and then it's over. It is okay, Taro. I've never played a vanilla Pokemon game. My Pokemon journey has been very interesting. Also, Taro, once again, thank you for the Prime subscription. Enjoy the emotes. Also, Taro, are you familiar with Doki Doki Literature Club, the psychological horror anime game? One of the custom sprites that was made for a... Okay, never mind then. So you won't get it. There's a lot of fun sprites for the custom sprites. There's also a lot that are nightmare fuel. Also, the turbo in this, it's a lot slower than I would like. If we don't get to level cap by the end of tonight's stream, we'll save price for Sunday night stream. If it looks like that's going to be the case, we can look at some sprites and we can do some fusion for fun. We live on 2. You love to see it, fam. I don't think we're going to hit level cap. Bad Wolf, good to see you again. How has food been? What did you end up eating? We're still training, but we're not going to be able to hit level cap, figure out the puzzle, and beat price. Okay, so we're gonna look at some Pokemon and do some fusion. So this was a Lopunny Banette, also known as Spooky Butt. We needed it for an earlier fight. This is Executor Whimsicott. We needed Prankster Taunt to prevent Stealth Rocks from coming up in the, I think, Kurt fight. and then we one-shot with Energy Ball. We also had Life Orb because we needed to make sure we one-shot. That's a normal Porygon. This is a Ninetales Vaporeon. We'll be using him in the upcoming prize fight. This is a normal Shed Ninja. Its gimmick is it has 1 HP, but it only dies to super effective. Butterfree. We use Butterfree all the time to catch Pokemon. Magnegon Steel Dragon with Levitate. It's a Flygon Magnezone, and it is only weak to fighting because of the Levitate. We were using it for Kurt, and we may have also used it when we were fighting Claire. This is Weavile Garchomp. I think we needed it for either Kurt or a fight prior to that. We haven't needed a Drowsy yet. We were using Doublade earlier in tandem with Mimikyu for Steel Fairy. Typhlosion Gengar. We needed this as recent as one of the fights in Johto. There's not a lot of good sprite options for Typhlosion Gengar. I mean, it's not that bad. And it had to be that one because the other one didn't have Flash Fire. And then this was Chili. Glaceon Azumarill with Thick Fat. I meant to use it against Claire, and it never got to have its day in the sun, which is unfortunate. I think it's adorable, though, yeah. There's a lot that are adorable. There's some that are outright nightmare fuel. Here's another adorable one. This is named after my friend Buff Baby 90. It did a lot of work in earlier fights when they literally could not hit it. Another one we needed that I don't think it's very cute is Venoqueen. Like, it's not cursed, but I don't love it. And we needed that in an earlier fight because we wanted the extra damage from Tinted Lens, and we wanted to stab Earth Power and stab Bug Buzz. We had this in the Elite Four. It's Azumarill Haxorus with a Morning Star, and he hit very hard because of huge power. So he had 382 attack. No, I have not. I have seen some Torchwood and I think Warehouse 13, but I've never got into the Whoverse. Ads. We'll be back in 3 minutes, friends. We'll also look at more Palace Cats. See you all soon. We are back from ads. This is Ramgam. Ramgam is Magmar backwards. We've had Ramgam for a long time. We raised Ramgam from a Magby into a Magmar into a Magmortar, and then it was a Luxio. No, a Shinx into a Luxio into a Luxray. Fire Electric is quad weak to ground, but we were using it in fights where there was no ground. It also may still have Intimidate, and Ramgam has put in a lot of work in the early game, specifically the Misty fight. Now that I know that at the very least Torchwood is within the Hooniverse, that's cool. I would say I haven't met a lot of Whovians, but the Who fans that I've met until learning that you were also into Doctor Who have been overly pretentious. And as a general rule, I try to avoid engaging with like wider fandoms, because if there's anything that's true, fans are the worst part of a thing. But I'm glad that you enjoy the Hooniverse, and I'm glad that you are able to be passionate about stuff. I remember growing up, if I liked something that was quote unquote too much, it was banned from the house. And I'm glad that you are able to enjoy things, and you're nurturing the things that your children enjoy as well. I don't know if I can ever agree with fans are the best part, but maybe it was hyperbolic of me to say fans were the worst part. I don't know if we'll ever be able to use Ramgam again in a fight, but Ramgam was very good. Stripey cat with a flamethrower for a tail. Let's see who else we've used. This is Umbreon and Mimikyu. Disguise is it will eat any hit and take no damage. After that, the disguise is busted. Dark Fairy is a solid typing. It's only weak to steel and poison. We also have our boy Gary. He's a Gyarados Ludicolo. We needed him for the Elite Four because we needed a fake out to break Sash and then Woodhammer to finish that Pokemon off. I agree with you, Bad Wolf. In real life, there's usually some level of restraint regarding how you feel about things, and the internet takes that away. So that is a good point. This is Weavish. I don't love the sprite, but we needed Dazzling because Dazzling blocks priority moves. And there was a Pokemon that if we didn't block priority, it would have dunked on our whole team. We haven't had to use Jack in a long time. Dark Poison is only weak to to Fairy. And we needed it early on to deal with some really problematic Pokemon. Not great BST. Not good moves. The typing is what ended up carrying the day. And yes, Weavish does look tough. The claws replace the front fins. A more recent addition to the team is Luca Magius. It's a Mischievous. No, it's a Mismagius Lucario. It's primarily special, fighting Ghost. So it's only weak to Ghost, Flying, Psychic, and Fairy. A lot of them look really cool. Speaking of looking cool, I want to see who's after Mahogany, since we're not going to be beating Mahogany tonight. So, after that is Morty. Morty is traditionally the ghost guy. In this, he is primarily fire. So what are we looking at? Fire Ghost, Setting Weather, Fire Flying with Speed Boost, which is terrifying, Flash Fire, Grass Fire. We're either gonna wanna try to get rid of the weather, or we're gonna try to nullify the weather, aka not care about what it does. Magmortar Cacturn with Water Absorb. That's going to be tough. Air Balloon means as long as it has Air Balloon intact, it is immune to ground moves. So what will likely happen for Magmortar Tune, we'll either use Rock or we'll use Fighting. Talon Ray is Fire Electric Luxray. We can kill this with a quad effective ground move, but we'll want to go... I don't know what the crystal method is, Taro. This is not the crystal method, though. This is... Mirror Ethnicity. Progressive House from 2014. Lucanine Fire Fighting with Flash Fire and an Air Balloon. So Psychic and Flying, Fire resists Fairy, so we're gonna get very little use out of Fairy in this gym. Do they have any Dark? Do they have any Fairy? They have no Dark, and they have no Fairy. So, in theory, my Athena, only weak to Dark, or a Dark Ghost, only weak to Fairy, could literally sit in front of every single one of these Pokemon and take no damage. That being said, Leech Seed can still kill us. Some fire moves burn, which can kill us. And Destiny Bond is if I kill a target that used Destiny Bond, I die. It's basically if I'm going down, you're going down with me. So now we know that Wonder Guard, for the most part, makes this easier. We're going to think about either probably ground or rock to help with all the fire. We're not going to be able to rely on water because drought reduces the effectiveness of water. If we do want to use water, Magmor Tune with Water Absorb, we're going to need to either use rock, ground, or fighting to get around Magmor Tune. Talon Ray can go down to ground. Lucanine can go down to flying. How much rock, electric, or ice do they have? Okay. They have one Pokemon with electric. So we could probably do either Lightning Rod on a flyer we'd realistically go flash fire on a flyer. That way the only thing they can hit us with super effective would be wild charge. That's going to be what we want to focus on right now. Okay. We need ones that are gonna have flash fire. I want to check one thing though first. All right. Okay, so if I fuse a Noivern and a Chandelure, I could get what I want. The problem is the one I want doesn't get flash fire. Okay, so instead we go back to this. It has to have flash fire, and sadly, only the Charizard Arcanine fusion has it. What about... What about Swellow Rap? Well, the reason why I say sadly is because the fusions, you need specific typings, and they don't always line up with the ability. So, if I go Fire Flying, they have no rock. With Flash Fire, the only thing they could hit me with would be Electric. The Noivern Chandelure fusion that has Flash Fire is Ghost Dragon. It's not the typing I want with the ability I need. And it's troublesome. I hope that helps explain it. All right, let's look at Flareon and Gliscor. Okay, so in theory, Flareon Gliscor works. Flareon and Gliscor are both physical attackers, and it gets Flash Fire right off rip. The only downside to going Flareon Gliscor, Flash Fire raises your special. Oh, it doesn't in this. Okay, in this, Flash Fire only makes fire moves do more damage. The only downside to Flareon Gliscor, it is primarily a physical attacker, and Intimidate makes it do less physical damage. It is okay, Bad Wolf. We love learning. I'm not good at explaining things, so hopefully it gets by. Okay, so Flareon Gliscor is our answer. Okay, so we will need another Eevee, and we will need a Gliscor at some point. That, along with Wonder Guard, can help. What else do we want / need? Oh yeah, and the other reason why that's an issue is Lucanine has Bulk Up, +1 defense, +1 attack, which means if it gets to setup, I won't be doing any damage to it. So we probably want something with special to help get around the Bulk Up from Lucanine. Which means... special psychic or special ground. Probably special psychic. So let's explore that. Nice. I believe you can do it, and it will be lit to have a complete evolution at your disposal. Okay, so Psychic is only going to be super affected by Shadow Ball. Okay, so we could go Psychic. I don't think I want to go Psychic Flying. I don't want to go... Probably not Psychic Fire. I don't want to go Psychic Rock for the Aura Sphere. I could go Psychic Ghost. The only worry about that is if Gengar's still alive, we die to Shadow Ball. Okay. I think I have an answer. Okay, Psychic Ghost. We can do this with Chandelure, provided the Psychic Ghost version is what keeps Flash Fire. So in theory, Litwick Espeon. The problem is I want Ghost Psychic. The Espeon Litwick that has Flash Fire is Psychic Fire. We don't want that. Okay. What about... No. What about... Also no. So, Litwick Claydol. Let's actually see what Chandelure Claydol looks like. That actually might be the play. The only downside is Claydol is very slow. Okay, so Claydol Chandelure. Not bad with Flash Fire. Relatively bulky. The only downside is it is not fast, and we would lose the quad effective Shadow Ball. We don't have a Focus Sash, and we don't have the berry. Okay, so Psychic Fire. I said we're going to use a Gardevoir in every fight. So I need to find a Gardevoir fusion that will be useful in this fight. The Fairy is a problem because Fire resists Fairy. How many grass moves do they have? They have Solar Beam, which will go off instantly because it's the sun. They have Energy Ball. And they have Energy Ball. So 2 out of 6. Okay, we could do... Let's see. Gardevoir, Water Psychic, since we already did Water Fairy. Okay, so we could go Melodic, Gardevoir Melodic, Psychic Water, a bit faster, and Trace isn't that bad. I would need to get a Feebas, though, because I don't have a Melodic at the moment. We could also go with... Gardevoir Starmie. Oh, the one... No. The one I want doesn't have a good sprite. Okay. What about... Gardevoir Vaporeon. Psychic Water. It doesn't have a great sprite either. Which one was hilarious? Let's look at... Gardevoir Gorbis? It only has one sprite. That's not ideal. Gardevoir Blastoise. I kind of like it. Oh, I will look at that. Okay. So, which one did you think was hilarious? The one on the right? I don't know what it's supposed to be, so I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get what this is supposed to be. So if it is funny, I don't understand it. I do like this one though. I would probably either go with the one on the right or I'd go with the middle one. If I'm okay with being slow, I could do something like Gardevoir Slowking. Neither sprite's overly impressive, though. I'm gonna see how accessible Squirtle is. Starters can be difficult to find. Okay, Squirtle. Route 4 or Viridian River can have them. Okay. I will explore what it's gonna be. Let's put a pin in that for now, though. Okay. So, let's see. Water Psychic is on the special side. Is our go-to for Lucanine. Talon Ray. I'd like to hit it with ground. It's gonna be an issue because of the grass. I'm gonna see if I can find a Sap Sipper ground type. My concern is that Sap Sipper is a hidden ability. So I might have to go ground something with high special to make up for no Sap Sipper. Okay, so we want hidden abilities are unlikely to appear. Later games made items that could make it easier to get them. It is incredibly difficult to get a hidden ability in this, which means it's unlikely that I'll ever get a hidden ability on a Pokemon that I would need it to. So I'm primarily looking for abilities that are non-hidden, which means it's a lot easier to get them. Okay, so let's look at this. There's quite a few Pokemon that do have Sap Sipper, but they're grass, and grass loses the fire. The one that I was thinking of that came to mind is you can get Sap Sipper on a Azumarill. The problem is it's a hidden ability. So that's basically not an option. In theory, I could do ground normal, but once again, Sap Sipper is the hidden ability, so I won't have access to it. Okay, so in theory, I could go Goodra Mamoswine. I want to see if that keeps Sap Sipper when it's fully evolved. Okay, so let's go Goodra Mamoswine. Dragon Ground would not keep Sap Sipper. Only if I went Ice Dragon. So that's not great. I could go Poison. Poison resists grass. The downside is Psychic. And one ground move. So let's start exploring Poison instead as a way to negate the grass. There's actually a world where we go Poison Normal. Poison Normal, it takes neutral from fighting. We're immune to Ghost. So Poison Normal actually might be the play. Let's explore that real quick. Okay. Gengar. Let's explore Gengar. Gengar is a very good Poison Ghost type. Let's fuse it with a normal type. Okay. Normal Poison with Levitate. I think that's the play. It will be Porygon Z Gengar. And the Gengar ones are very weird. I kind of like this one. It looks like it's splitting personalities. Or it's like tearing apart at the seams. So that's going to be our answer. And this is me looking ahead for Morty. So we tentatively have an answer for Lucanine, an answer for Talonray, an answer for Magmortoon, technically, the answer could also be for Roselosion. Which one? Oh, this is a Gengar Porygon Z, normal poison with Levitate. It's immune to Ghost. It's neutral from fighting. The only thing that's super effective against it is Psychic. No, this isn't vanilla. It's still a Gengar, but it's two Gengar tearing itself apart at the seams. Okay, these are the other options. Another one was Static. A weird Akira looking one. A silly little guy. And then two others. Yes, that too. Let's see. So, who do I feel least comfortable about in this? I wouldn't mind a rock move here. I just don't want to be actually rock because water, grass, fighting, ground. So I would go with someone who could learn a rock move. We don't have a ground option yet. I would go ground something. We already did poison. Steel wouldn't be great. Bug wouldn't be great. I wouldn't go fairy. I'm already going water. I wouldn't go ice. There is an option. The problem is Electros in this does not have Levitate. I don't know who Three Prong Bros are, Taro, unless you mean three prongs in terms of military warfare, so air, ground, and sea. Wait, does Claydol still have Levitate? I think Claydol still does have Levitate. We also know that Flygon has Levitate. Okay, so I have an idea. Oh, Electrics. Gotcha. Okay, so we'll go Flygon. Electros. Or any other electric type. Let me find a good electric type in here. Probably Electivire. Let me filter by BST. We don't have Zeraora. We don't have Silvally. In theory, we could get Zapdos. Let me look and see what that looks like. I'm not familiar with Legaia, but yes, Claydol has a very particular look. I see Claydol and I think kind of like a Dreidel a little bit, you know? Let's look at this. Okay, so Flygon Electivire. It needs to be ground electric with Levitate. So instead what we'll do is we'll do Flygon. We'll do ground electric with Levitate. Then the only thing it's weak to is grass. Let's take a look at some of them. Flygon Raichu, it doesn't have Levitate. We specifically want ground. What about Flygon Electros? Okay, Electros, Flygon can be the answer. The only downside is it's very slow. Okay. What about Flygon Jolteon? It doesn't get Levitate. At least the version we would want. What about Flygon Galvantula? Ground Electric with Levitate. It's surprisingly fast. It doesn't hit very hard. Let's try Flygon Ampharos. Doesn't get Levitate. We don't have access to Zekrom. We could try Flygon Luxray. No, we do not get it. Okay. I'm willing to explore Claydol because Claydol gets Levitate. Really? Huh. Interesting. Why is... Hold on a second. Claydol? Electros. Why does it not show abilities? That doesn't seem right. That's so weird. Okay, so... That's a thinker. We'll come back to that one. Do we already have Ghost? We don't have Ghost yet. Okay. So what we can do is we can go Rock, Ghost. We're immune to fighting that way. So let's explore that real quick. We're gonna try to find a solution. We'll look at Palace Cats. We'll raid out. When we come back Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern, we'll be ready for Mahogany, aka Price. Then we'll be off to Ecruteak for Mortimer. Okay, Rock Ghost. We're already using Gengar. 6 p.m. Eastern. Okay, Mimikyu. I'd like the rock type to be somewhat fast. We could go Lycanroc. Lycanroc is a very real thing. Okay, so let's look at the Lycanroc and see what we have access to. Midnight Lycanroc is slow. What about midday? I don't want to use an overlapping fusion. We'll still get hit by ground. But we could eat one hit because of disguise. Okay, so that's definitely an option. Let's see what else for ghosts. Dusknoir is very slow, which is why I'm not going for that. We don't have Goldengo. We don't have Annihilate. We don't have Hisuian Typhlosion. We don't have Basculegion. We could go Chandelure if we go special. Okay, so let's explore that. But then we would have to find a rock type that is high special, and rock types typically are not big on special. Okay, let's look at Mimikyu and Tyranitar. Rock, Fairy, Ghost, Dark. Okay, that's not what we want. What about Tyrantrum? Ghost Dragon. Not what we want. What about... I think it's going to be that Lycanroc. So we'll want to get a midday Lycanroc if possible. And we can fuse that with a Mimikyu. Disguise will let us eat any one hit. And we're relatively fast with a decent attack stat. And we would keep Disguise. Let's figure out where we're getting a Lycanroc midday. Or let's look for Rockruff and figure out how it evolves. Okay. That's easy. So all we need is a Rockruff. Evolve it in the day. Route 31. Route 31. Route 35. Do I have access to either of those routes? If I don't, we can't go with Rockruff. Okay. 31 or 35. Also, Route 22. Okay, so... Okay, we can get a Lycanroc. We more or less planned ahead for Morty. We will be ready for Price Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern. We'll try to go from Price, Morty, and whatever else remains. We'll see how that plays out. I'm going to do a lot of grinding, phrasing, between now and then, so we don't have to sit through a lot of training montage. We're going to look at Palace Cats one last time, and then we're going to find someone to raid into. Sandcat. They put their paws on their tail to keep the Pete's cool. Yes, Sand Kitty. Let me see if I have more Sandcat. I technically do. Here are multiple Sandcat, presumably a family, presumably the mother, and 3 kittens. And that would be right here. They're so stinking adorable. There's some lore between Palace Cats and Sand Cats. There is a zoo where Palace Cats and Sand Cats, their enclosures are near each other. So similar to the meme where you have a president of one country and a president of another country having like a bromance. Palace Cats and Sand Cats are the same way. Sand Cats are very wild. And like any extremophile, they are adapted to a very narrow band of weather. And they have weak immune systems insofar as humidity is a problem. because in the desert, it's dry and either hot or cold as fuck. Oh, you're in luck, Taro. I have something to show you then. This is Lev interacting with a sea lion. I don't know if it's amicably. I think Lev wants to eat the sea lion. Oh, well, you're not going to get that because it would be irresponsible of the zoo to allow wild animals to interact with each other like that. Hell, animals of the same type can't even interact with each other a lot of the time outside of like mating season. So I'm sorry, I don't have what you want. This will have to suffice. Let's figure out who we're going to raid into. Yes, absolutely. We have two more. We have Bull interacting with the seal and Polly interacting with the seal. Polly is window wiping. She wants her food. And I don't blame her. I would want the food as well. Okay, who are we raiding into tonight? We are raiding into my friend Kyrotech. He is testing a new patch on Emerald Kaizo Ironmon. Stats are randomized. You have one Pokemon. You need to beat the game with it. The patch, I don't know if I have any of those on hand, Taro. What I'll do is I'll look for some of the memes and I'll see if they exist. Yes. The sea lion, aka the doggo, is mad goofy. We will also look at Bull interacting with the seal. Then we'll look at, what's it called? L interacting with the raccoon. Bull is sleeping on the stump. And he wants to know what's what and how many. We do love Goofy. We do love Silly. I personally don't see how Finn Doggo looks like a World War II fighter. But you know what? That's okay. The recent patch that Kairo's testing in Kaizo, it adds a lot more Pokemon. It allows you to catch more Pokemon than you normally be able to, but a lot of the Pokemon it adds are terrifying. So I think while the quality of life is great, it seems like it's going to be even more difficult than it was. That being said, Kyrotech has won a lot in that format, so if anyone can handle it, it's him. Raccoon on the right. L. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I do love the Corsair, so I'll look at sea lions again and I'll see how it tracks. This is L. He lives at the Higashiyama Zoo. He's married to his wife Minya. They have 3 boys: Nobu, Yasu, and Hide. And they will be turning 1 this year. Yes, good thing the glass is there. All right, I have this one. I want one where they're not being lewd, you know. This is L, and in the back is Minya. I'm glad that you enjoyed the music. It's been primarily a playlist I have from Monster Cat Gold. That way I don't get hit with copyright infringement. And thank you for the feedback. But yeah, Minya and Nar are twins. They turned 5 this year. Let me see if I can figure out real quick how old L is. L and Az are twins, and they turned 6 this year. Here is a great IMO picture of L. Let me just drag it over real quick. He's a very handsome boy. VOD friends, lurkers, active chatters, you're all valid and appreciated. Once again, Taro, thank you for the subscription via Prime. Bad Wolf, I hope you enjoyed your stay here. Jay, Mango, anyone else I missed? Hope you've enjoyed it. Hope you've had a good time. We're going to raid into Chirotech. I'll put up a raid message. I know, but I didn't want you to feel like you weren't being included, you know? If you aren't a subscriber, just spam whatever emotes you have access to. There's the raid message. We'll be back at 6 p.m. Eastern. We're going to beat Price. We're going to beat Morty. We'll look at more Palace Cats. It'll be lit. Thank you for hanging out. Make good choices. I'll keep you on my prayers and see you around, friends.